Arcanus Observatory, you fought the wizard at the center of it all. In a combat unfortunately targeting a new, recently exposed weakness, most of you were left unconscious by the end. 2 of you dead. In a harrowing race against time, you were resurrected, but not entirely unchanged, though the full measure of your changes remain yet to be seen. We ended last session as you had returned to the Dart, escaping the immediate vicinity of the crystals for the time being. And this is where we begin today's session. You all have a long rest, and you awaken the next day, for the moment safe and secure in the Dart. Regarding your levels of exhaustion, you lose 1 each by resting.
What exhaustion?
What?
Why is that here?
I don't know. Did you put it there?
What's
Is it yours?
You want me to
It
delete
is
it?
now.
I'll delete it.
It wasn't mine.
Lucky.
Oh, careful getting things out of your collection. They're liable to be deleted if they're in the main field. I see. Okay. Son of
When?
You elected to sleep not in the mansion, instead resting in the ship's actual cabin. Due to your relative vicinity to one another, as you awaken, you do so relatively at the same time. Did Evelyn sleep in the laboratory? I can't
She would have
quite-
eventually made her way back.
Okay. One second, quickly checking that. It is still active.
Oh.
Exhaustion now doesn't affect max HP, is that correct?
Correct.
No,
It's just negative to dice rolls.
Yep, okay.
we are using the new exhaustion rules.
Got it. Good.
Yeah. I think so.
Huxley, can you roll me a wisdom? you are ravenously hungry.
Hug just starts. Wait, this is the next day, right?
Mhm.
Just starts to cast Goodberry.
Can you go ahead and make me a spell ability check? Damn, we're knocking a few of these out immediately.
That's the 7.
Is that a 7 with your bonus
Yep.
on it?
Well, with my plus wisdom, right? Spell ability.
I believe so. Man, I should really internalize this. I keep. Hold on, let me quickly.
I'm pretty
I
sure.
know it's fairly easy to look up on like the D&D Beyond character sheet. Like next
If
to
it's
the spell, there's like a spell attack, spell ability, and
Yeah.
spell save. Whatever the plus on the ability is.
Yeah, so 7.
Okay. I never remember if it includes proficiency or not. That's why.
That's
Okay.
only for attack.
Yeah, you produce a couple of good berries. As usual, they are this almost slimy, blackish color. But in addition, they also smell strange. A smell that you're not too unfamiliar with, but it's stronger this time. Almost a little fouler.
I would say they're also like more gooey and slimy and like black than usual. But Hugs is just kind of mindlessly casting a spell and starts stuffing them into his mouth.
Okay, you stuff them into your mouth relatively quickly. You discover 2 of the conditions now affecting you. Here you go, here's a couple of cards. Please take your time reading them. These are, for the time being, permanent.
Wait,
Oh,
my
no.
movement speed
Excuse
is
me?
that's very fitting actually.
Oh.
My movement speed is doubled,
Mm-hmm.
but if anyone like casts a spell on me,
Haste only
That's half.
lasts 5 turns.
right?
Something
okay.
like slow also only lasts half its time. Everything that has a duration, potions, spells, whatever, half.
But 80 feet of speed.
Ridiculous.
I'm scared no wizard is ever skipping.
Oh, no. Did you just get affected by the blight though, and it's screwed? Yeah, that's fine.
No, it's anyone else. Yeah.
And it says creatures. It doesn't say anybody else.
New combat strategy of stuffing my hair in other people's mouth.
Oh, yes.
Oh no.
Well, I have to keep the table ready. God.
Is Hux actively aware of these, or just these are the things that are happening to Hux?
The extreme metabolism you'd probably notice fairly quickly. You are moving faster. When you hop out of bed, you feel lighter, you feel a lot faster. You feel, obviously, extremely hungry. Anything you drink, you get thirsty more quickly. Anything you eat, you get hungry again more quickly. Of the Font of Blight, you are vaguely aware by the simple fact that what you produce is more foul than it was before, in that sense. You can definitely notice a difference in the smell and strength of the blight affliction that usually comes with it.
Would you consider exhaustion a negative effect?
Ooh.
But doesn't really have a duration. It just goes away with sleeping.
What if you sleep twice as fast?
You probably do need less sleep, but you can't really sleep twice
Only.
for long rest.
How fast can you move with the exhaustion?
Technically,
and
you can
double
short
speed?
rest in half the time the others can.
Where are the exhaustion rules again?
It's subtracted. It was in there one of the books.
I believe it
your speed is
affects
reduced
every
by
D20.
a number of feet equal to 5 times your exhaustion level.
Right, and currently I'm exhaustion 5.
You're only down by 25 feet of your 80 feet or whatever.
Yeah, so
Ridiculousness. Well, the funny thing is that it makes it almost probably more difficult to recognize that you're exhausted.
Well, Hugs is probably like slumping around, kind of moving into stuff, nodding off.
But all more quickly.
Yes.
Yeah, and the
Still
D20
faster than normal.
test is reduced by 2 times your exhaustion. So any roll you make is currently minus 10.
Would that also be what? Still just eating this like black goo. Hungry.
It looks like Huxley's just shoving fistfuls of marmalade in his mouth.
But foul
it's
smelling.
getting everywhere, kind of. It looks like Huxley's eating oil,
Ugh.
like coagulated oil. There's like portions of it dripping on the carpet, on the bed. You leave the room and you knock on the other door. Alright.
Right.
What?
Evelyn will open the door. Is everything all right?
Oh no.
Right. All right. So we can go check on him.
Right?
Right. If you want to stay, you can.
I'm going slow. I'm
Red,
covered.
you feel pretty sore. There's this uncomfortable itch on your back.
Hang on, I got it. I'm just going slowly and trying to itch my back. My tail? Question mark? I don't know.
No, it's higher up. It's near your shoulders.
Okay, so can I like it?
Bijan, you scratch it. Almost feels like there's a pattern like scars there.
Must have got hit harder than I thought. I'll put something on it later, I guess. It's fine.
Right. Ox, why don't we, how about you don't eat any more of that? We'll get you some food. I'm sure that we can scrounge something up.
When you come in, Hugs has casted Goodberry again.
Oh gosh.
So there's just black goo everywhere, and they're like vacantly staring into onto the ceiling.
Let's set that aside for now. Maybe get you cleaned up?
Sure.
Right. Let's leave the room then and leave that there.
You have
And-
food.
Yes, I'm sure we can find some food. Red, do you have any food?
I can put the mansion up. That's all I would. Yeah, there'll be enough food in there for everybody.
Right.
I think I'm feeling all right.
Are you feeling up to it?
Yeah, probably. We could. Well, let's go upstairs. We could put it up there like we usually do.
Right. Sounds good.
I'll go in and like escort Huxley along and then prestidigitate the bed sheets a little bit.
As you cast Prestidigitate,
Uh-huh.
are you still within 30 feet of Huxley?
Yes?
Can you go ahead and roll me a spellcasting ability?
Yes. Okay. That's a lot of math here. Hang on. Your spellcasting ability is Charisma plus 10 minus 8. I think would be 9. Right.
You cast Prestidigitate, and it fails.
Ah, boy.
As the magic forms at your fingertip, you feel it sort of flow away, ebb away. There's this immediate sinking in your stomach, this pit. Because the sensation is familiar. At this point,
Ah, boy.
it's been probably a little bit over a year that you were on the run from the blind, and in its vicinity you felt the same sensation when trying to cast spells.
It is. Oh, shit. I'm gonna slowly run. It's the blight. I think it's the blight. It's like the slow. I think it's the blight.
What's
The magic didn't work. It sucked it away. Is there blight around here? Oh gosh. I don't assume the worst of my friends. I checked outside.
You run up to the window and you see nothing but gray clouds flitting by the signs of the dart in full flight. There's nothing outside, at least not on the top deck as far as you can see. There's nothing in your surroundings. There is very little light. There's not much you can see beyond the immediate veil of clouds.
Huh. This whole thing's weird.
what do you mean the
Is
blight.
there something wrong?
The magic isn't working. I'm just gonna like prestidigitate.
If the magic was not working, the engines would fail. They've been going steady so far.
Does the
maybe it's me.
next prestidigitate work?
I'm gonna try to just prestidigitate like Huxley's continued drips on the floor. I don't know.
Okay, go ahead and roll me a spellcasting ability check.
11.
Yeah, you prestidigitate the dripping black goo away.
Huh.
Oh,
Yeah, maybe.
Only just woke up.
Yeah, it's these. As like looks at his fingers again. Maybe. Hmm. It was just like it sucks up magic. It was that feeling, I think. I don't know. I don't feel great either. Maybe it is just.
Evelyn will pull out her notebook and tear a piece of a blank page and then cast mending
Where do you cast mending?
on the paper. Like so
Okay.
where she's standing now on the upper deck. She's just trying to mend the piece of paper she just tore. Just to see if she can verify or ignore Red's concerns.
Always ignore its concerns.
Wow.
Well, she's trying to like see, should I just instantly disregard everything Rit's saying as being overly tired, or is there any sort of validity?
Okay, go ahead and roll me a spellcasting ability check.
Hold on,
You're gonna pass all of yours.
I know. I forgot to re-roll my dice.
Oh boy.
No, it's fine. These aren't good anyway.
Yeah. Keep do your pre-rolls.
Okay,
Don't
so
worry
it's
about
over
it.
there. There. Okay.
So close. Do you roll them to like? Do you set them to 1?
I do.
So the chances.
Yeah. Let's see. So, that's what, Arcana check, or is that just a
Spellcasting ability.
So just
I
the base,
believe
like, so
that's
intelligence
your
plus 5.
like spellcasting modifier.
Spellcasting modifier.
whichever,
So
like-
like versus the +5, it'd be like my +12.
So it's not the spell attack; it's the one without
So
proficiency.
just the basic intelligence.
I think so. Whichever
that's
your
my
casting
spellcasting
stat is.
ability.
Yeah.
So that's 13.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Was
you
there
cast
any
mending. The
Difficulty
paper
with
sort
it
of
at
moves
all?
back into position, and you see the rib start to fix itself.
No extra difficulty casting it.
You didn't really feel anything.
That's all. Making sure she wouldn't have noticed anything.
Most likely, just probably lack of sleep. Like I said, you just woke up.
Yeah, true. Red's like staring at Corinne. Corinne, did you stop by and like check on us last night, or? Oh, that's not right.
Well, I opened the door once, but you were sound asleep. Why? Is there anything you'd noticed?
I swear I was talking to. Was it you? No.
You did not say a word when I opened the door. No.
Maybe it was a dream. It felt really real. I was talking to some angel last night, I think.
Angel.
Well, celestial.
And
but-
these are just wings.
It's just a weird resemblance. Ugh.
Maybe Red, you should hold off on the mansion for now.
No, it was. I mean, I think it was a good. I don't know what's going on.
You just seem a bit out of it. Maybe.
I'd been meaning to ask. Did you take any of the crystal with you?
The crystal. I didn't.
I would have gotten some myself, but obviously I was asleep for most of the time.
I gathered a bit of something, and Evelyn will pull out the piece that she's got.
Ah, that is not a lot. Are you planning on using it?
Mostly just curiosity of simple research, but if you're able to look into it yourself and share anything you find, that'd be fine.
Well, similarly, I was hoping I could research some of it.
And you can have this bit, and if we gather any more later on, I'll see if I can collect some more.
Thank you. You hand it over?
Yep.
Okay. She takes it with her hands and examines it closely.
Give you my little token.
I'll have to ask you the full story later. You seem tired. I probably should not interfere with your rest at the moment.
No, it's perfectly fine. Rhett, did you want to open the mansion, or we could look around and see if we have any other sort of rations around?
Yeah, I can try.
Hux has already started to wander away in search of food.
Oh, no.
Ellen's gonna try and carefully watch Rhett as he goes to cast a spell, like he's casting it, to try and observe and make sure that
Where's
there's nothing
Huxley standing right now?
off.
Probably further away, like having wandered
Can you
off.
place yourself on the map?
Uh,
Sorry, it's on the other side of the table.
The kitchen is downstairs.
yeah, I guess towards the kitchen.
I don't know if that actually matters though, because of
Yeah.
Height of floors and stuff.
floors. Yeah. We usually put it up just like
You're
over
right.
Okay.
Evelyn's just gonna try and.
Can you go ahead and roll me a spellcasting ability check?
Yeah.
So, okay, so does it or does it not have proficiency? Because
Sorry, what?
the spellcasting
Is there
ability,
proficiency added or not?
is it or isn't it? Because I heard two answers now. I don't.
I will double check. Hold on.
Right, because you told me none, but I thought you told there was.
I got confused because someone said Arcana, but like Arcana wouldn't be spellcasting for.
Right. It used to be Arcana when we were dealing with the blight,
Right, exactly.
which is why Evelyn could relatively succeed because she was proficient.
Yeah, I remember it was Arcana checks, so that's why I'm just confused. Not that it has to be the same thing. I don't.
I want to make sure we're doing it right.
Yeah. I know it's got a -8 regardless.
I can't remember if it was also affected by or maybe it's just PC that's affected by the spell level.
True. I don't know. Does it matter that it's a level 7 spell?
Been so long.
Yeah.
It does not include proficiency.
Okay.
So it is your spellcasting modifier.
So okay. So it is an 8 then. And does the spell level matter? The check is an 8. I don't know if spell level matters.
You do have Jack of all trades, right?
Yeah, but that doesn't affect, like, that's just goes off of proficiency.
Someone says that would work. Hold on. It says Jack of all trades applies to ability checks, so spellcasting ability check does sound like it
Okay, so
would benefit from Jack of all trades.
and it's an 11. I will have to write this down.
Mm-hmm. You cast Magnificent Mansion.
Okay. I guess I will call down. The mansion's open. And then I guess I'll go in. Watch Huxley try to walk in and just eat the door.
I guess Fox is currently like eating whatever we have in the kitchen. Okay,
Evelyn will also follow right.
I'm tired.
Missing his
Let's go back upstairs.
Okay, for the first time in a long time, you return to the mansion. A place of respite to most of you. Huxley, as you enter, almost as if the entrance was painted onto a thin plastic sheet. As you step through, it pulls with you for a moment before you slip on through. The rest of you also see space sort of warping for a moment as Huxley steps in. Almost as if pulled in by Huxley's presence. Until Huxley is well inside. When the effect stops.
Well, that's odd.
Did you just break my door?
Why are there spider webs in the door?
There aren't.
Yeah, there were.
No, that's just the door. Wait, the air, what is going on?
I don't know.
Does like the floor warp a little bit as Huxley walks around?
No. Now that Huxley's standing inside. Not anymore. Certainly when he was stepping in.
Well,
Right.
there's lots of food over here.
To just have a seat, eat some food.
And as soon as Hux does sit down, if he does sit down, I was just gonna try and cast Identify on Hux. which doesn't normally do too much anyways, because Hux is just weird. But she's just looking for a difference in what she's normally gotten back from Hux.
Can you put a hand and roll me a spellcasting ability, Jen?
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Uh, 19. Yeah, 19.
There's this hurdle you feel like you have to overcome as you cast the spell. And as you identify, it feels like Huxley's very essence is sort of pulling at your spell, at the magical energy surrounding you, especially as you cast it directly touching Huxley. To you, this sensation is also very familiar. Not only have you felt it that year ago, but you felt it plenty of times when dealing with a certain sample that you have sequestered away in Polythreme. It's not quite as strong as that sample as you touch Huxley, but it is the same. And I guess I'll give you the next card. Here you go.
Evelyn has this torn look on her face of both wanting to very quickly pull her hands back and like also like keenly wanting to like investigate even more.
Mm-hmm.
That's interesting.
What's interesting? Sorry.
It's Fox, you've certainly had some changes.
What?
Yeah, like what changes? Like,
I mean, it might take further research. There is a glint in Evelyn's eye right now of like fascination.
I guess Hugs is also still in
Probably
there,
vaguely
like...
unhinged that probably Rhett has seen plenty of times at this point in time of when she sees like a new experiment before her.
Hugs is also still in there, like
Yeah,
light
yeah.
foam form, or like completely just black, but also weirdly like shifting. Like their hand is like becoming a normal hand for like a second and then shifting back. Just parts of the body, like shifting on their own.
Evelyn's gonna take out the physical instrument book that she's got. And, I guess try and use discern on Hux to try and learn a little bit more about, like, focusing on this blight aspect, trying to compare it more specific. I know I'm slightly altering things here, but that's her intent, is to more try and get a clearer focus of how much Hux is like the blight, because she hasn't quite gotten that before.
Go
So
ahead
she's
and make me a
focusing
medicine
in
check.
on that. That's 23.
With Huxley, it's always been somewhat difficult to pin down any sort of anatomical features. When Huxley is in a specific form or shape, one of Huxley's personas, it's fairly easy. The anatomy shifts to sort of that form. But in Huxley's current state, it's extremely difficult to tell. Currently, nothing is really staying the same for long enough for you to mark it down as actual anatomy. In Huxley's current form, it's almost more like unshaped clay, or a fluid that is ready to take a certain form, or takes a certain form whenever it needs to fulfill a function. For example, right now, obviously, Huxley is eating, so an arm is formed, a hand is formed, a mouth is formed, a stomach is formed. But you're fairly certain, considering other features shifting, that once Huxley is done eating, there's nothing stopping Huxley's current body from just not having the mouth anymore.
Hux, you wouldn't mind by any means if I took another small sample of your skin?
Just holds out an arm.
Wow,
Ellen is
boy.
going to try and take out, like, one of her, like, knives to try and see if she can cut off.
I am not smart enough to handle this right now.
I mean, you do feel a little bit of a nick. You do take 1 point of slashing damage, Huxley. The sort of sample you take, Evelyn, does not really stay skin. Already, as you sort of cut it loose,
She's gonna
it
try and
is
quickly have, like, a
essentially
vial to
like
move it
oil.
into.
As you let it drop into the vial.
Appreciate that.
You can definitely visually tell anatomically that you've seen Huxley before in this sort of black form, but right now it seems almost
more unstable than normal.
Yeah, more formless than before.
Got it.
Great.
Evelyn's gonna pull out one of her older samples of Hux's blood cells that she's got, and try and compare, like, do like a sit down, kind of trying to evaluate and see if there's a difference or not, holding the vials next to each other.
So what? You think Huxley is more cursed than usual?
Oh, much more.
Oh,
I
okay.
suspect that is why exactly you felt the blight before.
Initially, visually, it's very similar.
Uh-huh.
The difference you see in comparing the two samples is almost like in a wine tasting, as you sort of move it around. The new sample seems stickier, where the other one doesn't really adhere to the glass of your vial. As the other one sort of floats around, you see it sticking in these strands and webs to the side of the glass before it sort of loosens and flows around every time you move the glass.
For Evelyn's own vague entertainment curiosity, she's going to move the old sample, or open the old sample of Hux's blood and pour it into the sample of the new sample, and see what happens to the old blood. If it's similar to like how the blight interacts with, if that makes sense.
You combine the two, and with both being, fairly black substances, they just sort of intermingle at first. At first, it does seem like the new sample is somewhat diluted, but almost in the same way that you would add starch to a soup and see it thicken up. You see the entire sample at some point go to that state of the new one.
Or better or worse, Hux, you are far more closely resembling the blight at the moment. Casting spells around you is going to be difficult.
Hmm.
For some.
And here I was gonna go try to fix this exhaustion. Wait, if I go outside, is that why the door pulled probably?
Most likely. You probably, as long as you're not in the mansion, could succeed in doing what you're... Succeed probably in casting spells without much issue.
Okay, I need to get recovered because this is crazy. I'm gonna go back on the ship and try to be a little bit better. Yeah, I meant for like the exhaustion, but I'll be back for that. Squeak. I'm gonna cast a
you
greater.
move out of the mansion and cast Greater Restoration.
Yeah, I guess a little greater restoration myself. Which I mean, I'm thinking about the exhaustion, but my intelligence is reduced. I don't know which one gets
As
fixed
you cast
first.
Greater Restoration, you feel like you can target either.
I'll do intelligence first.
Okay. You remove the intelligence reduction on yourself.
And then I'll do another one, I guess, for the exhaustion.
Your mind immediately gains this sort of breath of clarity as you remove one before you cast it again and remove the other.
It only removes one level of exhaustion. So. I don't want to use up all of our stuff. I'm gonna poke my head back in. I feel a little bit better. How much do you guys care about me using up a lot of diamonds?
It doesn't bother me any.
We have the 17 casts, and I want to use 3 more. Yeah. Okay. I'm doing so much diamond dust. Like, I I can cast it 3 more times. Might as well.
Kinetic.
I know.
I mean, yeah. You cast a greater restoration and
Hell yeah.
removing more levels of exhaustion.
I prestidigitate myself. Walk back in. I feel like a new man. Woo! I mean,
Small trickle of blood under the nose. Okay.
what?
Glad you're feeling better.
Absolutely. I do think I must have some like residual wound. Something hurts on my back still. But I think it'll
Would you
heal
want
over
me
time.
to look it over?
You can. That's. You know what? Sure.
Evan will
Just gonna get in the hot tub.
Try.
Okay. Well, I was more concerned about my vision, but yeah, sure.
It's like a cat needing like a pillow.
Oh, that's kind of nice.
So as you make physical contact with
Uh-oh.
Silas, you can feel a strange sensation. You feel this sort of distant pain that Silas has. And you feel like you could take it away.
I feel the distant pain. I mean, are you okay, Silas? What kind of pain? I guess I should ask. I don't know.
It's fairly dull. It's not like something sort of sharp that you feel. It's more like a general soreness. One that you yourself feel yourself, but the sensation is definitely originating from Silence.
Yeah. It is healing. Just like it lets you release anything. I'm gonna try taking it away. Wrong.
You would have to use your hand for that. You would have to hold up your hand to Silas.
Okay. So Silas is needing me, and I like reach up to stroke it.
Well, I mean, you know,
very
that's
intimate moment of like.
you can do it however you like, but as soon as
Thanks. Hello.
as soon as your hand touches Silas, you
Probably just
feel
like catch his hand.
his pain, and you get a card. Go ahead and roll me a 1d8.
1d8. 5 hours. Do you have an advantage on Constitution saves?
Mm-hmm. Silas, your pain is dulled for the next 5 hours. Any sort of soreness from yesterday's events, from wounds you've taken, is dulled. It's not completely gone, but you feel it sort of sink into the background.
Red Light looks at his fingers. He's like, I guess. Huh. Did you see does it need patching up? Sorry. my fingers are being, okay, how do I say this? I want to say tingly, but that's not probably the right, not in a bad way, just like in a, maybe it was the angel I talked to last night. I don't know.
You talked to an angel.
I thought maybe it was Corinne. I don't know. I swear. I talked to somebody about. She was like, "I can heal anything," and I don't know. It's a weird dream.
Hey, Silas, can you go ahead and roll me a perception roll? Mm-hmm. As you're sitting behind Red, you notice something off about Red's hair. Barely noticeable, there's this streak of several white, silvery hairs.
Oh. But like on my back, it was. But yeah, the angel. Maybe.
Oh
Wait,
yeah, well, did you?
did I heal?
I'm assuming you took your shirt off.
Yeah,
for
yeah,
the
yeah.
bath.
I'm like asking him. Is there like a wound back there still?
Silas, this one you don't need to roll for. It's fairly obvious. There's this raised section of skin, almost like a pattern of scars, that vaguely reminds you of Suxley's wings, or a butterfly, or any sort of insect. You see this pattern that looks like insectoid wings.
What does that mean? Let me think. Probably. Wow, is it like a big scar or something?
The pattern is almost symmetrical, and it reminds you less of a cut scar, more like if you would brand someone with a hot iron. This is likely how you would make a pattern like this in scar.
Can you draw it? Like tries to look over his shoulder and so back. I can't really see. Oh, I just okay, alright. I'm putting my shirt back on.
After stroking each other in the hot bath.
Yeah.
What is happening right now?
Don't know. Maybe I need a professional. Evelyn, can you check this out?
Sure. Evelyn will move over to look at Red's back.
Sorry, I don't know what's going on with me today.
Yeah, there's
That's
immediate
new.
concern, Evelyn, as you see Red's bag. It definitely it's fairly large. It it covers pretty much much of the upper back from one shoulder blade to the other, and it looks like a branding pattern, at least in scars, like insectoid wings. Not really that much like a butterfly. There's almost these 4 distinct shapes,
Uh-huh.
2 on either side.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
none of you have ever seen scars like these on, I guess, anyone, really.
Um. If Ewan throws detect magic up real fast, there's nothing magical coming from Rhett's back.
No?
Um. Like And if she reaches out and touches it, is it raised? Like a
It's, yeah, it's definitely raised.
It's like a.
Do I feel the pain?
You
Evelyn?
feel, I mean, you felt earlier as well, this sort of soreness on your back, this slight itch.
No, I mean from Evelyn. Her
Oh.
dull pain
When
of
she touches
solitude.
you,
Yes.
you vaguely feel sort of,
Oh, are you hurt too? I'm just gonna
No.
reach back. No.
I'm actually perfectly fine, thank you. Hold on, and she'll smack his hand away.
You're even more fine for 4 hours as pain leaves you more.
Yeah, any sort of soreness you felt, any sort of even minor pain that you hadn't really noticed before, anything that sort of fades in the background.
You feel the
you
brush
now
of my silver
feel
finger.
more in the background. You weren't really even aware of this, just general pain of existence, I guess.
She's very aware of that.
But you feel like something is left in my silver fingers.
I'm going to get back to whatever you just did there in a moment.
I don't know. I'm just shaking people's hands today.
Right. No. Maybe
Something
ask
about-
first. Before you go doing whatever it is that you just did.
Okay.
It's,
Don't
it's
think I
very
did.
odd
Did I do
feeling.
something?
Yes.
Hi.
You have like a brand on your back. Insect
That's
wings.
trademark rep, baby. I mean, what?
Insect wings.
Oh, that's
Maybe
not
it's
trade-
real wings.
That's not
Evelyn's
trademark rep.
going to try and cast Identify on the wings to, or like touching the rings, focusing on this brand, but essentially casting Identify on Red. To see if she can find out what they're from, but I know that might not work. She's just trying to figure it out.
Casting Identify, you get probably a number of strange sensations. From Red as a whole. In this sort of magical prodding of Identify, you see the vague form of Red, like you'd probably seen before if you've ever cast Identify on him before.
Mm-hmm.
There is this sort of glow you'd be able to ascertain from Red's hands in particular. There's something affecting his hands, though it seems so part of his own form that you can't detect it as a sort of separate thing. It's only a vague change that you notice. But aside from his hands, there is nothing you really see different.
If instead she does essentially a medicine check on the scars to try and get an idea of, obviously they don't look necessarily like it just happened, I wouldn't think, but if she could try and identify it to get an idea of like theoretically how old these wounds would be.
The skin,
normal?
as you examine it, you can go ahead and roll a medicine check, appears to be fairly fresh, as if it recently healed over. There's nothing like scabs or anything of the sort, no hardening that would imply any recent wounding. It's perfectly healed, but
It's a
there
33.
is obviously a fairly large area of scarring. You don't see much outwardly.
Mhm.
Okay. Okay.
As Huxley sort of sits down and stretches out its wings, Huxley's wings are a lot thinner. The pattern is somewhat similar, but where Huxley has, a large number of thin and tiny wings, so this sort of cluster of, I believe, 4 wings on each side. These are much larger and more complex.
Okay, so Evelyn, you
They
think
seem
that I'm
similarly insectoid, but they're definitely not related.
doing something, but look, I'm just gonna reach up and touch Suxley a little bit, and Suxley's gonna feel better for 2 hours.
Okay.
Do you see
Surprise!
anything? I was just petting Suxley.
With your hands in the first place.
Yeah, I
It's
noticed that.
obvious, but there's it's
Evelyn, can you roll me a history check?
You were saying something, Huxley? What were you saying?
Try stretching your wings like when you're a dragon. Maybe they're hidden.
Right. So what does that feel like? Brett's gonna like think about being a dragon and what wings felt like and try.
Go ahead and roll me, I don't
It's
know.
a-
This
Wing
would be a.
performance check?
I feel like it's almost a deception check.
Okay.
Because you're trying to sort of deceive your mind.
Sure.
That was a 23 for history.
Mm-hmm. You probably already had this image, this memory, when you saw Red sort of digging around in the silver.
Mm-hmm.
But he's kind of reminding you, not in a good way, of when you met the Silver Saint.
Yeah.
That was a 14.
You sort of, double over a little bit and try to imagine your wings stretching, and you feel a sort of jolt of pain on your
Ow.
back. It's just sore and kind of, it's a very uncomfortable sensation.
Ow. Ooh. Ah. What?
Maybe
I don't know. I was flapping my. I don't have wings, but I was flapping my wings. I don't know.
they're still sore because they're new. Maybe the angels gave you wings when they kidnapped you at night.
Oh shit! You're right. I don't. It wasn't you. I don't think she was saying any. It was more like You know how when like you have a crazy day and then like you remember things, but it's a weird dream remembering? Like when you're dreaming? But it was. Oh shit, maybe. No, but it definitely had wings. Kara didn't have. Well, unless. But no, it was way more positive. It felt more positive than Kara did. Like it was trying to stop something bad and was healing people. But then I think maybe it. it just felt really like, okay, yeah, we didn't talk about this. Huxley, do you remember what like you were seeing or feeling when we died? It felt like visions or really old or memories? I don't know.
Like everyone screaming and everyone dying.
Yeah, that was exactly it. But this was like that, but like before. I don't know. It's still positive, possible to. It felt like it was like trying to fight it. I don't know.
Can you roll me another wisdom save? Red.
Me?
When Hugs thinks about it too hard, their body becomes like more liquidy.
Wisdom is 16. Oh, Ox is melting.
It hurts to think
As
about.
you try hard to remember, Rand,
Yeah.
you don't even notice until it sort of rolls down your cheek. There was a tear in your eye.
It's
like-
okay. Hugs comes to hug Rhys.
Okay.
Yeah, you see Huxley drawing in closer, this sort
Evan will
of
back away.
gooey black form.
It
Let
is
Huxley
okay.
hug you.
Yeah, and I hug back.
Okay.
And you feel better for 4 hours. Your pain is stalled. It is okay, Huxley.
It's okay. Doesn't the hug
Hey.
just make it feel more okay?
How does your interacting with each other happen?
How
Hey,
does the
Huxley.
silver interact with the blight?
You
2 hours,
Huxley
yeah.
feel
Gosh.
something strange. It feels a little bit like hunger, except more primal.
You're gonna
You
eat
feel
Ren.
like if you hurt Ren, you could take his body.
What the fuck?
Like,
You
If I-
feel like you could make it yours in a way. Like you could meld with it.
Red is already taking away your pain, so just you know.
yeah, Hugs just like
You can feel this as like a bit of a shock. It is very much a intrusive thought, one of the, the bad ones, where you're aware how wrong this thought is to hurt your friends, like they were standing at the edge of a cliff and you could push them, but you know how wrong it is and how you obviously probably wouldn't want that.
like Hugs almost bites Rhys, but then kind of pulls away, and there's like a bunch of gooey strings attached between the
Oh,
two. Sorry. Ah. I will, go over
Emma's
here.
not the most keen when it comes to
Hmm.
insight and feelings and emotions, but that was odd, right? That's noticeably odd behavior.
There was definitely,
Right?
you didn't really see
Right.
much of obviously Huxley's inner
Sure.
workings, but you saw Huxley, reach out to give a hug, and at the moment of contact, there was definitely this sort of slight recoiling, and then Huxley, acting somewhat strangely and like retreating like this.
Yeah, okay.
Sitting at the furthest chair
Uh-huh.
away from everyone.
Thanks. And now I can prestidigitate because I'm far enough away.
You start removing the sort of gooey bits left behind.
Okay, that was odd.
As
Hug
some
starts
of it
eating again.
drops into the water, it doesn't dissolve. It's, you know, much like oil on water, it forms these bubbles, these tiny islands of black.
If I can make those disappear with prestidigitation, I'll do that. Okay. This is very strange happenings.
Rhett, whatever's going on with your hands, obviously started from you digging your hands in previously. But whatever you're
Did
doing
I do
now,
that?
yes.
It was a dream too. Crap.
It's very reminiscent of some of the energy, intense of some of the silvers that we've seen. So perhaps
Should we like try to
restrain
separate it?
yourself. It is barely discernible from yourself at this point.
I can see it right here. I don't know.
Right. When I look at you from a when I cast identify on you, if I didn't know what you had looked before Red, I don't think I could have discerned the difference between the two.
Hmm.
But perhaps it's just I wouldn't even be able to if I was trying to, for example, dispel magic or remove a curse. If you were to look at those, and she's trying to like dumb down her words a little bit. If you imagine a doll and some clay, and you put clay on that doll. When you're trying to remove a curse, you're pulling or sweeping the clay off. Now, when you're casting magic and magic is targeting that, you're targeting the clay. Short from amputating your hands off of your arms, currently I have no idea how to separate what I'm seeing in your hands from your body.
I feel like I can. But I feel like I'm doing stuff with it. I don't know. Like you said, I did something, which I think I did. Now that I think about it, it's kind of subconscious, but like
energy around your hands, and it's unnervingly so reminds me of the saint, the silver saint.
Yeah. Could we try? I mean, I get how that's unnerving, but I don't think that I'm like a dead shell like it was. I don't know. I hope I'm not. I'm not dead.
At the same point in time, with perhaps research and time, we could maybe identify it and separate it.
But no. I mean, I think that I can control it, Evelyn, or I can make it do something. Could we at least try to like make it come out, or if I can try to make it steadier, coalesce? I think I just need to focus.
Maybe not. You could certainly try, but at the same point in time, what I would strongly suggest is that if there's a point in time where you do want to remove this from you later on, it's near impossible as it stands to discern the separation between you and whatever that is.
Okay.
The more that you become more accustomed with it, I would imagine it would be even more impossible.
Well, shouldn't we like try a little sooner then to? I don't know.
Right, research,
focus it out.
tests, but you could certainly try.
Which Evelyn has just keenly recalled during this conversation that she's still a werewolf, a lycanthrope. She's instantly going to cast Dispel Magic on herself to end true polymorph.
You return to your non-lichen form.
Wonderful.
Possibly your
Yeah, I felt like
intellect was
that.
targeted.
I felt like that too.
Rut
This,
might be able
this
to.
helps. Yeah. I'll get out my diamond dust and sprinkle it over your mind.
Here, snort this. First hit is for free.
I don't know why.
Yeah, I don't listen, man.
This is not my fault.
Nothing brings you closer together than dying together.
So,
That's why Evelyn's so on the outside right now.
What happens in the mention stays in the mention.
oh no. Now you're just like lightly diamond dusted. But yeah. I've cast Greater Restoration.
You've cast Greater Restoration, you say.
Oh!
Just checking. Okay, yeah. You cast Greater Restoration. The intelligence reduction is removed, Silas.
Did you have your bag with you in the hot tub? Or do
Me?
you just like have handfuls of diamond dust in your hand at all times? Just, out of curiosity.
You know, they're in
Listen,
tiny
I have little like
plastic
pockets.
baggies. There's this bundle of tiny plastic baggies he has. They're pre-portioned.
That's actually true. I don't carry the diamond dust in my backpack. It's just like down my shirt and then in my hat. Just ready to go.
Good God.
Actually accurate.
Oh God.
You are it. Like, you know what? Yeah. Can you guys help me get a focus on this thing? I feel like we can do it.
In what way?
I'm not sure. Maybe. Okay, so we were dreaming. I had a weird dream. There's weird stuff in my hands. Maybe you can like. I don't know if dreaming would work. I feel like if you can like help me concentrate on focusing it. Okay, so here's my thought. The silver was like making its dream real in a way, right?
In a way, I can get created a dream.
Okay. So if you guys can help me focus on trying to make this silver into like something real in front of me, like sort of like a ritual, I feel like I might be able to like force it out or interact with it to make it do stuff. I mean, like, I don't know what I mean. But like the dream felt real, so if I could make like a mini dream and contain it, oh boy. This is some theoretical magic, guys. I feel like the important thing is like concentration from everybody.
This is a
Help me focus.
for a roll on Evelyn's part. She's going in at a disadvantage anyways. Can Evelyn try and do an insight check on Rhett to figure out if this is just Rhett being Rhett, or if this is like something more from the silver that's trying to control or
that's a
become something
good
more?
question.
Okay. Red, go ahead and roll me a persuasion or deception check. You do not need to say which it is.
I don't actually know the answer to this question. It's an 18
Do you
either
want
way.
me to answer it openly or privately?
That's a natural 20 on my insight.
Okay, well, yeah.
Meaning a 21.
No, it does seem, as strange as it is, Red does seem earnest in it. And it seems like one of those requests coming from Rand that perhaps come out of his own confusion in a way.
Yeah.
But it doesn't seem influenced in any other way.
Okay. Not sure how much you can assist in this, but I will assist.
Okay. I feel like it'd be helpful to have Huxley and Silas too, just because they like felt some of the same stuff in the dream a little bit. I realize you guys don't like do as much magic, but I think just like concentrating on trying to help believe that the dream is real might help. I don't know if that makes any sense.
Glance over to Silas and then telepathically state, "I'm not sure this is the safest thing. Please be prepared in whatever may occur from this, if anything."
Hux isn't really listening right now. Just eating again. Very concentrated.
Red, what in detail are you trying to do?
He's trying to get Hux to join too.
Yeah, I do need Hux to join. Hux is okay. Huxley, you're the one who has
What?
experienced the closest
I
thing.
don't want to eat you, okay?
I also don't want you to eat me, so we're on the same page.
Okay, yeah, sorry, yeah.
I'm
Can
sorry,
you
you're that
help-
hungry, Hux?
Yeah, just have a snack. You're not you when you're hungry.
He is also currently eating more.
Can you come over and help me?
Okay.
Concentrate on the spell.
The way you're trying to do this, is it your 6th level feature?
Indeed, yes.
Okay. Let me quickly
So I'm gonna like try to clear a space and set up
Mhm.
the way that kind of in the same way that I would set up like Dream as a long-term 8-hour spell. Do that, but then like put my hands in the middle initially and try to like focus on pushing the silver out, or like into something that is more of the kind of illusion projection that we were previously in.
Mm-hmm.
Ellen's gonna keep detect magic up because she doesn't trust Red. Not from in the sense of ill intent.
Yeah,
but
yeah, yeah.
That she just doesn't trust that this will go well.
Like you have seen him cast Dream before, so it's some of the same kind of.
But it's more
Sigils
the
and
silver
whatnot.
that she's
Yeah,
suspicious of.
Absolutely.
As we get ready for that, let's take a 5-10 minute break because I gotta go to the bathroom.
Nice. Wait, what is going on in this session? Everyone's just touching everyone and trying to eat each other.
Oh my gosh. Listen, I'm just trying to briefly touch people.
Oh, yep. I heard it too.
Yeah.
Oh no.
You know. Mm-hmm. So many things unsaid.
It's terrible. It's like I'm trying.
Oh no.
This projection is going to turn out to be just like a silver Silas or something. Oh no. That's right.
Just wait till Lorana hears about this.
Stroking each other, making each other feel better with touching.
Evelyn has so much blackmail against Silas now. So Lorana, just some
Hey.
things you should know. Oh man. You gave Red a back massage
can't.
before you gave Lorana a back massage? Oh no.
And
think
you ran away
technically you
from
had a
her to spend more time with
With
Red.
Red. You fled from her arms to the arms of Red. Freaking bards.
Sad. I was spreading my touching
Got
around.
too much charisma. Dear.
What does he look like? Yeah, it's a nice cat. He's a smoky cat.
That brown thing.
That's a tree.
It is?
Yeah. That's a tree right
Can't
there.
be trees in your house.
There can be trees in this house.
Valid. Valid. Evelyn agrees. There shouldn't be a tree in here.
They say that there shouldn't be a tree in the house too. But I put one in the house anyway. This one's almost 4. This one's about to turn 4. Right, Camille?
Yeah.
Mhm. Yeah, true. What's up?
So to put in the house next.
Oh, that's a good question. What should we put in the house next? I can make it different every time.
What does she think we should put in the house next?
What do you think we should put in the house next?
Probably some berries.
Some berries. Yeah, I think you're right.
As long as they're not
Need
blight berries.
fruit.
You always need fruit.
But a
But
berry
not-
bush would be nice.
If you don't have fruit, you won't have anything to eat.
That's an excellent point.
Yo, where's our fruit?
Where's that fruit?
Sometimes we can make houses every want.
Every kind of whatever we want kind of fruit in there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I do have this nice flower garden. You see? It's got cool stuff.
There's lettuce.
Yeah, there's some lettuce. There's a sunflower with sunflower seeds. Probably.
That could be a blueberry bush if you squinted your eyes.
It is next time.
Is there a blueberry bush moving forward?
Until somebody eats it.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Who would that be?
The lettuce. Is someone going to eat the lettuce?
Probably. This character right here is very hungry today. You see it? It's kind of cute, but it's very hungry today. And it's trying to eat everything. And maybe everyone. We're not sure.
Just you.
Ah,
Just you.
the witch said we should put some strawberries in the house, right?
Oh, well, yeah. That'll take care of it. We'll put some strawberries in the house.
Mm. There could be strawberries
are
in
the
this
best
bowl.
fruit.
Yeah, there we go.
It's in the house.
Yeah, I
now.
think we've got some strawberries in this bowl, somebody said right here. The little red ones. Camille went strawberry picking this morning.
I love that.
Yeah.
I normally get to go blueberry picking up in Vermont, but I've never been strawberry picking.
Need some strawberries.
Yep. They picked a whole, like, a 1 gallon pail full of
Oh,
strawberries.
wow. That sounds delicious.
It's a lot.
Well, you go get them.
Is Camille just gonna eat all the strawberries, or
Can
is she
you
gonna
put
make
that
something?
guy in the house now?
Are you going to eat all the strawberries, or are you going to make something with them?
Undecided.
Did you hear me?
The character going to eat all the lettuce.
She's more concerned with which character's going to eat all the lettuce.
Yeah.
It's this
Hux
one.
is eating all the
This
lettuce.
one eating all the Yeah, there goes the lettuce. It's gone. Poof.
Welcome back.
It's okay.
We're getting insight on what we needed to have in the.
We need a berry bush and a strawberry
Yeah, a
bush.
berry
apparently.
bush.
Okay,
Strawberries.
sure.
We could even have a blueberry bush.
And a blueberry
Blueberry
bush.
bush.
Should be doable.
'Cause if we don't have fruit, then what are we gonna eat?
Huxley makes fruit.
I don't want Huxley's fruit.
Yeah, that's fair.
Even more than ever. I don't want Huxley's fruit. On a whole nother level of unhinged.
Okay. You guys ready to continue? Everyone here?
Yes.
Huxley?
Yeah.
Right. So, you all sit down together in a circle as Red is holding out his hands and closing his eyes and concentrating. As you try and visualize what you dreamed, as you try to visualize the silver in your hands, you sense some strange emotions as you almost try to push the silver from you. You feel this immediate, violent reaction of resistance. And you feel a strange loneliness. and you feel memories that aren't your own. At least on the surface level, you know that they're not your own. You see these sort of landscapes that seem entirely alien to you. Mountains that spiral and curve. Something that would seem impossible. And you learn the spell that you wish to learn.
Can I, for the purposes of this, try to like focus one of those memories into that and like cast the spell as part of this ritual to try to, I don't know, like I know I'm gonna continue to be connected to it mechanically, but to try to like form the silver and give them like a single memory, a avatar, I
You
guess.
attempt to draw from that memory the form of who you see this memory from. But their form as it does form in front of you is
Can I borrow this?
incredibly blurred. There's this bright shimmer of light. As you look at it, it almost seems eternally out of focus.
It's like
There
this,
are
but
no
blurry.
sharp edges or forms that you can sort of
Okay.
discern with your eyes as you create this form in front of you. But as you cast the spell, can you go ahead and make a spellcasting ability check?
Oh, that's pretty good. Okay, that's like over 20.
Okay. Yeah, you successfully cast Spirit of Death.
I borrowed something from Alavan. You can tell me whether or not it is semi-appropriate.
This almost formless figure of light, of blurry, shining brightness, does settle into a form that is more familiar to yourself. The memory that you feel that is not your own, almost sort of blending with a memory that you have. Form that you find familiar. Taking the form of one of the true silvers, as you had destroyed them repeatedly.
Probably a little weaker, a little more blurry than that was even, but semi-similar. I feel like
Out-
that.
Out of curiosity, with Detect Magic up, would that have picked up anything?
Yeah, you would have, seen Red cast a spell and the spell taking this form. From the outside, however, it's not really discernible from Red, casting any other spell. It's not, there's nothing unusual about it that you pick up.
Okay.
I think I isolated it, but I'm just focusing still. I don't know if I can keep it like this for very long.
You think you've removed it from yourself?
I guess I gotta look. I look down at my hands again to like see if I have pushed some of it out of me, or if this is just more of a projection.
As you look down to your hands, it seems unchanged. You're not sure if it's just your imagination or fears you might have, but it almost looks like it's bigger than before. These stains of silver. Maybe it's just the light.
I don't know if that helped to get it out. I mean, it's good that I can
could-
control it, right? Can I? Can you walk over there, Spirit?
Yeah, it
Are you
follows
the
your
spirit?
command. It
think
takes
it's
the
a
projection
memory.
up.
Out of curiosity, is this necrotic magic?
Yeah.
Necromancy?
Mhm.
Cool.
It's probably starting to like radiate some of that like dripping radiation like silver has.
Oh, goodness gracious.
You know, as the silver decays, that's kind of what it does.
Right. Do you feel like you've accomplished anything?
It's good to know I can kind of control it, but I don't think it's entirely. I'm just like having it, pointing at different areas, having it roam around.
Do you feel like you have full control over it?
I think so. Well, I'm gonna say definitely while I'm conscious. I don't know what the dream was, really. This feels like kind of the same memory, but like pointing at this, but obviously it can't really talk or like,
It's a bit
It-
shapeless to me.
Yeah, it's more like, I don't know how to describe it. We know the silvers are like memories, so maybe this is one little part of a memory. Or they're, yeah, I don't know. Do you want to examine it while I can still maintain it?
Right. Everyone will cautiously move forward, casting a quick glance over at Silas, just as like a, in case something goes wrong.
Mm.
But she's gonna try and identify the thing,
Mhm.
which I don't know if she would just get the spell.
Most of what you feel is the details of this spell. You sense this faint sort of radiating necrotic energy that you had felt from the silver, but where the silver was this sort of magical solid, that this energy was very strongly radiating from, here you only feel this slight aura, but nothing physical or solid behind it. It's almost like a projection, almost like someone had made this out of the silver, but then removed the silver, and all that remains is this sort of hollow radiation of it.
For lack of a better word that would fit the scenario, it's a bit like an echo of a silver. I don't think you're possibly projecting an element of it, but I don't think there's anything physical here that's left you. More like
Right.
hmm, it's difficult to say. But
that's
you
okay.
should be in full control of it, I would expect. For while you can. Focus on it at least.
Hmm. Well, unfortunate that I couldn't actually get the physical stuff out, but maybe that's helpful in some way.
How do you feel after that? Do you feel any different?
I don't think so. Maybe it took a little bit out of me to like cast something. Like casting something does. But not much
Could-
different.
Try and inspect you and see if I notice a difference.
Yeah, I mean, you can check my hands while I'm still having it.
Physically, you don't feel any different, Ren. There's only a slight shift that you're aware of emotionally. You feel almost this melancholic solitude.
If I glance over Rhett, does he look any different? Like, I don't know if that would be investigation or perception.
Do you cast Identify again, or do you just...
Well, first just doing as she was approaching, just at a quick glance,
Okay,
looking things.
go ahead and roll
looking-
me an investigation roll.
Ooh. That's a 13.
With your Detect Magic up, you get a similar sense from Rat's hands as you did from the spirit, but even fainter than the spirit. If the spirit was an echo, then what is coming from Rat's hands is the echo of an echo. And it seems less radiating, bleeding into its surroundings. More, it feels like it's radiating in a direction. The direction of the spirit.
Got it. Then Evelyn will go ahead and cast Identify on Rhett and see if she can discern any sort of.
Much like when you
difference,
identified the
or-
spell itself, you feel Ren sort of connected to that spell through the hands, almost in the same way that you would sense a wizard's wand if they are, casting a concentration spell from it. But other than that, there's no major change that you are able to discern.
Other than equivalently, it's almost similar as casting a spell. Other than that, there doesn't seem to be a change.
Okay.
Right.
I guess I'll let it go then. Strange.
Evan's going to keep a, as he says he's going to end the spell. Evan's going to try and keep a close eye and keep Detect Magic up to see if she can see any sort of difference when the spell ends.
As the echo fades, you see it very faintly sort of motioning to reach out towards Rent, but it fades long before it finishes the movement of its hand.
Okay. Right. Well, you and Hux certainly are the pair.
Right. Right. Mhm.
You said you saw visions.
It was. I don't know, it was more like a dream. Like I don't remember it perfectly. I don't know if that makes any sense.
When you die, it's more of a
Oh, those. Sorry.
for the
Yeah.
past.
I took it as the past. It seems like just the blight taking everything over again and again. What do you
But
think, Huxley? Is that accurate?
What?
What we saw, like everyone being consumed or dying or just darkness.
Yeah, it was bad.
I
it
get
was
the same.
probably just
Oh,
an element or a dream, though, of the silver.
yeah. I think I got sort of the same, not to the same extent, but sort of the same like lonely, sad feeling again just now from whatever that was. Not at all to the
Right.
same extent, but like I don't know. That's why I say it feels like a memory almost, or a dream of a memory. I don't know quite. I don't think it's predictive of like I don't think I'm seeing some vision of the future. If that makes sense.
All right. And Silas, just to be clear, did you see any of these sort of visions? Right. Do you feel odd at all? Or are you feeling mostly normal? Just so we can knock out where the checklists are of to do. Right. I sup- it would probably be difficult, but Huxer, are you feeling at all foggy in the head?
Yeah, or like really foggy.
I don't know if
I
we'll
mean,
be
I
able
can
to
try.
do anything about that, but
I could. It was possible to cast things in the blight. It's just. Can you wait? So try not to eat me or the magic. If I can cast this on you, okay? Huxley,
What?
I'm gonna try to clear up your like head fogginess.
Okay.
Try not to eat me or the magic.
right. Try and focus on yourself as much as possible.
Okay. I'm gonna try to cast a great restoration.
Okay, go ahead and roll me a spellcasting ability modifier.
It's not too bad. That's like a 16.
Just one, so that would remove one level of exhaustion.
Your spell takes hold.
I
You
guess so.
cast Greater Restoration.
Yeah, just one, but if it's
Unless
still
your
really bad,
intelligence is affected.
I don't know. Is there anything else that it could take hold of? I guess I should ask. Or like, yeah, it's a remove curse kind of thing.
Do you have the intelligence reduction, Huxley?
What?
Did you have the intelligence reduction?
Yes.
Yeah, much like yourself earlier, you feel both the exhaustion and that effect. But other than that, there's nothing else that you sense.
Okay, I'll remove the intelligence reduction first.
Mm-hmm.
So your intelligence is restored to whatever it should be.
Nice.
It seems like it went off.
Yeah, I think that worked. Does your head feel more clear?
Yeah, like. Well. Now I just feel more tired.
Okay.
Like,
Okay.
there's more in my head than. It's hard.
Yeah. I mean, I can keep trying again. I don't mind. I'll try again.
I
Use
think
all
I
your
just need to
stuff,
sleep.
Another 16. Okay, yeah, so you do
Nice.
get a level of
Okay.
exhaustion removed.
Put on 4 now.
You guys are ridiculous. Could you not die anymore?
I can keep going, but also should I save anything? Any magic for today? I mean,
You
Save
left
some
earlier.
time
How
in
much
this.
magic did you need to cast on yourself?
quite a lot.
And how are you feeling, Hux?
Just tired. I think I need to sleep.
Well,
But
perhaps we should touch
I am feeling
base
better.
with Vidar and see what our intent is for the rest of the day.
Yeah, okay. Also, what the heck was going on with like our minds being fragile things? Can we talk about how terrible that was?
It's possible. It seems that at the same time that we wish to be able to see the scenario in front of us, that in doing so, we also caused a negative effect of seeing too much.
Okay.
In the sense that things that would normally damage your psyche are more vulnerable because they can see more.
Yeah, we need to fix that because that is horrible. Maybe that's why all this dream and I don't
But at
know.
the same
Maybe
point in
not.
time, that did allow us to see, and now you can see things that are hidden.
That's true. Maybe we just need to like wish for stronger minds.
Can
Think about it.
certainly add that to the list. Right. Perhaps we should go check in on Vidar.
Sure.
And then we'll make our way out of the mansion.
I can't remember. Did you tell anyone that you can't cast Wish again?
Nope.
Okay.
Wait. I can't remember. Was Evelyn the one who can't cast Wish again?
No, I would
Yes.
get cast wish.
I think Evelyn
was
can
it-
cast. It's just Yapel.
Yeah, I would get.
Right.
Yeah. Sorry,
keep-
you threw me for a loop there for a second. I was like, can Evelyn cast Wish?
It's so confusing.
I'm sorry. I have two characters
No,
that like
fine,
casting
it's
Wish.
fine.
One of them can no longer cast Wish. It's
Right,
not
right.
Evelyn.
Evelyn can still cast Wish. Right.
Yes.
Oof. That was a DM mess up right there. Oopsies.
You made me doubt myself. I was like, oh, did I fail that roll? Can I no
No,
longer
yeah.
cast Wish in
No,
either
you didn't.
campaign?
No. Yeah, that's a very important thing.
Evelyn wouldn't have said anything if she couldn't cast Wish again. Not yet.
You are free to wish for stronger minds then, I guess.
Nah.
I was thinking about doing myself, but okay.
Oh, just yourself? Okay.
Somebody
selfish.
else can cast Wish.
No, I was thinking about casting Wish.
Yeah, that's what I said. Somebody
I
else
see,
has the
see.
ability to cast Wish.
Yeah.
Other than Evelyn.
We'll see how we are at the end of today.
And Evelyn appreciates her true sight. Even with the vulnerability. Right, Vidor, I think they're mostly feeling better. I know we took some distance away from the city. Trying to get a gauge of where we are right now.
We have been circling.
Right.
From what I can tell, despite of how it went last time, reaching out with my senses, the glow of the crystals appears to have greatly diminished. There is activity near the outskirts. Lichens are still alive, moving around, though they seem rather listless.
Right.
And we still don't know anything about Boltzmann. I mean, he didn't show up like they said.
You
Obviously.
said you didn't learn anything else. You learned nothing of the lichens before.
They were in an odd state.
They were trapped in a dream, I think, kind of.
Missing
A false
having the
reality.
wizard to ask. Perhaps you could speak to the lichens again.
Yeah, if you want to come along, I mean. In the state that they were in, they said that Boltzmann already went to his friends on the airship and left. But obviously, I don't see him.
Friends is not a word that Boltzmann would use.
Yeah, I'm not taking it too literally, like they were trapped in a dream kind of thing.
Should mention if you try
That
and
they
cast.
stated that Boltzmann had been here and left does imply, however, that there was a visit from Boltzmann.
Yeah, they knew who he was. Or at least whoever was making the dream knew that, at the very least.
At least there would have been some sort of evidence that he had been here.
Yeah. We really should probably rest, like, a little, at least another day, because Lux is still feeling really poorly. I feel like we were in our mansion quite a while just now. I don't know what the rest of you feel though.
I'd be curious.
That's a reasonable suggestion. There.
And in the meantime, you would fly the airship.
Yeah, we have training.
Ah,
It's fine. It's
yes,
fine.
You're trading.
Look, if you
Well,
just
there is enough fuel to last us easily a few more days of flight.
just one more day, and we'll try to, I've been using some healing and restoration. Try to get ourselves together for tomorrow. Is that okay? We're just
Whatever
Perhaps.
rest you require.
Perhaps after another day, the effect that Hux has will also stabilize somewhat.
yeah, it's true. Also drippy.
You can't bring the food from the mansion outside the mansion. right?
No, you cannot.
I was just looking for food outside of the mansion.
All right. Should we head back in, get a little rest?
I'm not really tired yet, but certainly.
Yeah, I mean, we don't. I'm like research, whatever relaxation or activities we prefer.
Yeah, that we could certainly do that. I was gonna go check on Vint first, since I haven't had a chance to
Yeah,
do that
yeah,
yet.
sure.
Evelyn will head down to check on Vint.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure he's in the same
Well, you
state as
have,
before.
I suppose, a day of self-inflicted downtime.
He didn't sound like a bad thing.
You have about 8-ish hours before you head back to a rest. What is it that you do in that time?
I think just like meditate a bit and try to get a better hold on controlling emotions or memory. I don't know, just meditating kind of thing for me.
Mm-hmm.
Hux is just wandering around listlessly, like searching for food.
He could
There,
go back to the
there's
mansion.
infinite food in the mansion.
Yeah, eventually he'll go back to the mansion and eat there, and then just crash out and sleep for like 20 hours.
Once Evelyn gets back. Good. Oh no!
Mm-hmm. Can I just say that I'm so glad that this isn't like Critical Role or anything like streamed? Because the out of context clips
Yeah.
Yeah.
from this session.
Unhinged.
We
Unhinged.
got the silver touch over here. We got
Unhinged.
sticky hands.
Yeah.
Making biscuits.
Evelyn, after checking a bit, would go back up and, assuming that everybody had gone into the mansion, would pause by Vidar. Two things to be aware of. That I don't know how much will affect us. It is currently a bit more blight-like at the moment, and may consume magic.
I had wondered what the butler was talking about earlier.
Right.
There is a
Um,
smell in the air. I'm hoping that perhaps Boltzmann can help. Once we
That
do
would
finally find him.
be ideal. I have the slimmest hope that perhaps with a little bit more rest, maybe Hux will stabilize and simply this is a side effect of similar to exhaustion. But I have my
I
doubts.
had heard rumors of similar things in the early days of the Blight. There were other parties like ours, adventurers, squads, investigators, people tasked with examining the blind. Of course, they came into contact with the cursed bloods. The changes some of them underwent in fighting the cursed bloods and dying could be similar. This is all rumors. We were not able to closely investigate these things, but it is something to keep it in your mind.
Noted.
When I found my untimely end at the hands of Riakos, there was a pull that I felt. If I did not have an anchor, I wonder if similar things could have happened.
Then we're certainly glad you had an anchor. And that worked out well. Second thing to note. Rhett seems to have some element of the Dominion's silver blood in him now, and it's causing some odd side effects. But have little answer on that either. In his state of what I can only call madness upon being revived, he delved his hands fully into the silver blood.
Unprotected.
There's now scars of silver over his hands and an odd insectoid brand on his back.
A brand.
Like wings, insect wings. Which I'm not sure how that relates to the silver, but it popped up at the same time.
Insectoid is not something I would associate closely with the Dominion.
No. So I'm not sure if it...
But there are many unexplained things we do not have answers to yet.
Right. So I'm watching them. But it's thought it best to at least keep you aware of their changes in case it goes beyond something that can be simply watched. Hopefully, they'll be back on the mend soon, though, with some more rest.
Have you yourself noticed any changes?
I didn't die. like they did.
And Silas?
He went unconscious, but I was able to get him up before he died. And while he talks about seeing the visions on a lesser level that they claim to have seen when they died of death in the past is how they're best describing it.
So as far as we know, only those who have died so far.
Right. Which, is Corinne still in the room with him?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's fine.
Was there a distinct difference in the changes to Huxley and Red?
For Hux, it seems that he's gone. That the blight has come further to the surface than anything I'd suspected of him previously. There seems to be within a certain range if you're too close to Hux, similar to the blight, an effect that pulls away the magic when you're casting a spell, and he seems far more unstable, always hungry, to the point that I don't know how serious to take this because it is Hux, but alluded that he didn't want to eat rats. And I would be waving that off entirely if there wasn't a moment after they briefly drew close that Hux rather violently pulled away and put some distance between the two of them.
Well, as a representative of a race with similar urges, there are ways to direct or suppress it if something of the sort has appeared. But I am unsure if what you are describing is similar to the changes that have happened to Red,
No, the
or if it is simply a symptom
there's something
of other changes that cause the blight to come to the surface in a
Right.
shape changer such as Huxley.
Right. It's possible that the death. Pulling Hux back was more difficult than pulling Red back. It took a stronger spell for me to get Hux back.
There is a slight shift in Vidar's demeanor that looks a little bit more serious, more grim. There is a chance, if things with Huxley spiral out of control, that we would find ourselves at odds with what he becomes in the future. I understand that you would likely not have any qualms about doing what is necessary in such a situation. But do you think your companions are ready?
No. Red
Should
perhaps.
Huxley, for example, escalate to the point of becoming a curse blood, it is something that we could not ignore.
I agree. And something I'm keenly mindful of at the moment. An event like that would likely. I don't believe Silas would handle that well.
At this
Rhett's
point, our return to
right.
Polythreme is already more difficult. A quarantine would be perhaps unavoidable.
Probably for the best. I would suggest not making contact with Rhett. Physical contact. There's something that occurs when he touches someone.
With our raises eyebrow.
It's hard to
Similar to the blight?
explain. No, unsettling in its comfort would probably be a better. I'm not sure exactly what occurred, but it's like pain was lifted, or like a distant pain, that sort that you don't really recognize. Just with a touch, there's something that's taken away, but I don't know what it is yet. That's if it's simply healing or if it's something more, because I would say that I was completely healed, and there was still something that was pulled away. So I think he's doing it on reflex currently.
Does this happen on any sort of contact?
It seemed to be he was reaching out with his hand.
The
So I
hands
imagine it
marked
needs
with
to
the
be
silver.
right. I imagine it has to be contact with his hand specifically. But it was when I was inspecting the new brand on his back, after I touched him, that he suddenly reached out to touch me. So I'm not sure if it's a reflex based upon touch with him to reach out to touch someone else with his hands. He thinks he can control it at the moment, though. But I don't know the...
Of course, I don't need to tell you to observe closely, but do keep me informed of any changes that appear.
Considering the source of the changes, yes, I will. I should probably go make sure they're actually getting rest and not eating each other. I'll keep you informed.
You should.
And Evelyn will turn and head into the mansion.
Mm-hmm.
Listen, Salty, when Evelyn knew she was 100% medically fine and then you made her feel better, that's 100% suspicious.
It's almost too perfect.
What do
Too
you
good
mean
to
I
be
don't have
true.
depression? Give it back.
I
Give
don't
me
trust
back my
it.
chronic back pain right now.
Once you get in,
Yeah.
I am gonna say, I think it would be worth it for me to try to make our minds a little bit more resistant to what we're seeing or feeling, I guess.
You want to cast Wish?
Yeah, I think it would probably. I think it would be worth it. That was really bad.
Do you
We
think you're
shouldn't
in
be
a
letting.
position to do that today?
As good as any day, yeah.
So, one of the lasting side effects that occurs from wish occasionally, and probably in this scenario would be feeling weaker for a time.
Yeah.
I've yet to fully recover from that, and you should not or should avoid casting spells after the fact, which I'm sure you're aware of.
Yeah. Well, I figure we're getting toward the end of the day, so
Right.
sleep off as much as I can tonight. Be as good as to go as I can tomorrow. I don't know.
So what are you intending to wish for then?
Just very, very concise. Just more resistance to the psychic attacks. I'm not trying to mess with the true sight or anything. I'm just trying to basically strengthen our minds.
All right. Do you need any support from me, or are you able to?
I don't know if that I was gonna ask. Like, is there a way that sometimes I guess a greater restoration or a try to.
When you
I don't know if it's
help
helpful.
Evelyn
Mhm.
with the
It's
wish,
different,
you are
yeah.
only really helping with the overcasting. You yourself casting wish, being able to just,
Right.
naturally,
Yeah.
there's not really anything that Evelyn can do to help. It simply comes down to you.
Do you need to consider the wording at all, or you feel confident in that?
I don't think I'm doing anything that serious. This is a lot like enhanceability, just a good bit stronger. Like, all the power should be coming from me. I don't think that there should be any interested beings. As far as I can conceptualize it. So I guess I'll get going.
All right. I'll stand by.
So I will cast Wish
Mm-hmm.
and do the resistance one.
In terms of resistance, I assume you're trying to undo the vulnerability.
Or stack resistant? Yeah, I don't know how
You are
that
trying
works.
to go all the way to resistance. You'd
No.
have to do it via reshaped reality, because that's
No.
2 steps.
Right.
Going
I'm
to
just trying
immunity
to-
would be 3 steps.
Right. I'm just trying to go to
Okay, single step.
a single step of not being so horribly horrible.
Back to normal.
Yes, back to normal.
Okay. Then it
Is that-
just happens. Go ahead and roll me. I don't have the wish cannon here.
I think
hold on,
it
do I
still
have
need to roll
save?
my d6.
Yeah, you also have to roll how many days you're weak for.
Oh, right. Do I still need to
you
roll?
Can roll this die. It's just a 1d3. Numbers only go to 3. There's 2 3s, so
Okay.
as long as you don't roll a 1, you're good. That's a 2. You can still cast wish.
It's 2d4 to figure out how many days. Your strength turns, it becomes a 3.
4 days.
It's 5. I was already.
I have 1 more day than you.
Okay.
And we'll lose one of those days when we're resting.
Yeah, tomorrow you'd be down to 3.
Ooh.
I'll be.
Since you've done nothing really today than light activity, Evelyn, for you today it would decrease by 2 days as well.
All right.
That is part of wish.
That's right.
So technically you're same number now.
Like it.
Okay, so I assume unless anyone is doing anything else, you still in for long rest?
Yes, you are all no longer vulnerable. I guess you're the.
Okay, you lose your vulnerability to psychic damage.
But we still have true sight?
Yes. You still have true
And
sight.
for clarification, is it like our normal range, or like what was the distance for true sight? Like, I know it was
Whichever
something like
distance you have in dark vision.
Okay.
And if you do not have dark vision, it would be out to 60 feet.
That's how much I
If
have
your
been
dark vision is
shooting
less
for
than 60 feet,
anyway.
obviously it would also go to 60. But if you, for example, had dark vision out to 120, then you would
No,
get true
just
sight for
60.
120.
Yeah, 60. Oh, dear. Thank you. I just wanted to make a note of it. Where did I put that? I roll. Awesome. Do we get a long rest?
Mm-hmm. Would have been a lot more obvious now if the guards would have moved out of the way. They run 60 feet.
This guy.
Well, I'm on exhaustion 3.
Nice.
Same.
Evelyn would never do it, but if she wanted to, she could have given you her heart for an evening. And you would have lost 2 points of exhaustion.
But she did.
But she didn't, because she didn't like you guys that much.
He would have given it away anyways. I'm not gonna sing it though, because it's not time for Christmas songs then.
I would
And
wake.
exhaustion affects ability checks, speed.
It's
Any
D20
D20
roll.
tests
Any.
and movement, basically.
Oh,
So any
But not
roll you do, no
We-
HP.
In tabletop, we have a notebook for it,
ah,
for the exhaustion rolls.
Oh yeah.
Where?
Like in the
If
notebook
you-
on the
at
top,
the top,
if you click
when-
on
if
it,
you
there's
click
one that's
notebook,
for the
there's,
Oh, yeah.
exhaustion.
Oh, right.
twice times your exhaustion. Okay.
Mhm.
Can
What?
only
Someone
move
just deleted something.
65.
Oh,
It
the
was
combat
combat inspiration.
right.
That's there.
You scared me. It's so
Sorry.
easy to misclick and click the garbage can. I was like, no, someone deleted it by accident.
What do you mean the combat inspiration's no longer there?
Oh. Anyway,
I wake up today. I run over to Huxley and say, Huxley, I dreamed of a dragon.
as you wake up, Ren, the soreness in your upper back has worsened. Your
No.
shoulders feel somewhat stiff.
No.
I'm assuming you put on your clothes and before you head on.
No.
No, you go out naked.
Well, it just with my shirt off so I can get it looked at again.
Okay.
But I'm gonna stop and tell Huxley, I dreamed of a dragon.
Huxley, as Red walks out with insectoid wings on his back, he says
Oh
he's
my
dreamed of a dragon.
Was it was it like a fly dragon?
No.
There's a card for you.
What did you do?
Can you fly now?
Can I
He,
fly
like,
now?
Runs
What, like a
over.
dragon? I can just like, and I think about flying. Okay,
Oh my
keep going.
gosh.
Hux runs over to admire the
You
wings.
feel movement on your back as you think about it. You, in your sort of groggy sleep state, probably sort of snap to alertness as adrenaline starts coursing through your body, and as you realize that you have some extra limbs. Not really limbs, it feels strange. But there's something moving on your back as you make it move.
I'm gonna hit you with a firebolt.
Fly around. Oh shit, maybe it was an insectoid dragon.
Hugs will like summon his own wings and fly around in the air with Rhett.
We're back, baby. We're so back.
Yeah.
Are they pretty?
They're so pretty.
Oh yeah.
They're not really colorful, but they are translucent and do reflect light. Somewhat iridescent.
So pretty.
I'll do a buzz of I don't know anyone else that's up.
When, you know,
Anyone
like,
else who
heading
wakes
out
up, you
to go
probably
get
hear
cup of
commotion
tea.
out in the hallway, and then, shouting and this faint zzz.
It's gotta be pretty loud
Door.
if it's that big.
Yeah, it's probably
Spot
also a lot lower pitches, like
Rhett and Hugs flying around like idiots. Goes back into her room and shuts the door.
Yeah, valid.
Not enough energy yet.
You take one of the Huxley's exhaustion levels. Equivalent exchange.
Pretty much. My goodness gracious. Ellen would eventually come back out. Right, so you have wings now.
I got wings. At first, I dreamed of a dragon, and I thought it was a dragon, but maybe it wasn't me. Maybe it was something else. I don't know.
I'm struggling to find the connection here.
Yeah, I don't know if there is one. I'm just keeping you updated on everything going on.
The many things going on.
Right. Any other part of you feel like an insect?
Oh crap, let me check. Nope. Not so far, maybe? No.
No, not really.
Not really, he says.
Hmm.
The more you think about it, the more it feels like parts of you feel different, but maybe that's just your mind.
What parts feel different? Wait, what do I need to look at my other? Do I have little skittery feet? Can I walk on
I'm not
walls?
quite sure. You look around. I mean, your feet do feel like kind of skittery, even. I mean, they look the same, but maybe that's just
What the fuck?
maybe tomorrow you wake up and your feet are like insect feet.
I don't
Maybe your
think you're
jaw.
actually
You're not sure.
lost
Your
your
jaw feels kind of.
vulnerability.
Maybe your jaw feels kind of sore.
Yeah.
I have given you
You're-
anxiety.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
You all right there, Rhett?
It's okay, Rhett. We'll still love you when you're an insect.
Well, Silas certainly will.
I will not. I will polymorph myself if necessary. But for now, this is okay. Also, are you still feeling quite tired, Huxley?
Kind of.
Okay, I will do my best and restore you some more. Because I think we're going to be going out today.
God, I hated that fucking book. Oh, I hated it so much we had to read it.
What is the check for something going off? Is it DC 10?
for your forecasting, Huxley?
Yes, yes. Your
Well, what did you roll?
it was a 13.
Are you targeting Huxley?
Yes.
It fails.
Oh, crap.
You're not quite sure, but it feels stronger today.
Nay.
I think you just ate the spell, Huxley.
This? I mean, I am pretty hungry.
Oh, we should have had you take a snack first. Sorry.
He's already eating.
Are you still quite hungry? Hux?
Yeah.
In comparison to yesterday, same sort of hunger? Or less hungry? Or more hungry?
A bit more.
Hmm.
I feel more awake, so more energy, more hunger. I dreamt that.
Right.
Never mind.
What did you dream?
No, nothing.
No, I'm very curious.
No. I, I would never eat any of you.
Occasionally I also have dreams of eating people.
You do.
Hmm. Could you tell me a bit more about yours? I'm curious if it's just the same or different.
Well, it's just, it feels like when I eat them, then we
Then?
melt together and I become them and they become me and we're like one,
Interesting.
and it makes it so delicious.
Interesting.
Is that what you dream too?
Not quite. But I can understand the thought. Have you dreamt about anything else since you've been back? Or is it just the hunger?
Yeah.
Well, you did go through a lot, so it would make sense that you're hungry. If you get hungry, though, by all means, let me know, and we'll see if we can't find something more satisfying to fill you up.
Yeah. Maybe the werewolves have more
Right.
food again.
You could certainly try that. See if maybe something different helps fill you up.
I tried to make more berries, but it's tiring. And it's
Yeah.
kind of difficult.
I would maybe hold off on the berries. It's possible that because they're coming from you, they're not giving you the same sustenance that you need. So they might be making you
Because
hungrier.
casting the spell makes me so hungry.
Right. So maybe find other methods of food for the time being. And if you get really hungry, just let me know, let Silas know, and we'll see what we can do to help you out.
Okay.
Perhaps also maybe something that's not created from the mansion would also help with your hunger. If maybe some part of you is also eating the magic, maybe you're not getting as much nutrients as normal.
Right, yeah. I also ate some food from the kitchen.
Did that seem to help more or less? Or about the same?
But maybe more? I don't know.
Your hunger seems about the same. You don't really notice any changes to the day before.
Well, we'll certainly try and see if we can't find something. Maybe it's simply sometimes when a body is craving a specific nutrient, it can try and crave more and more foods until it finds that nutrient, even though you consciously aren't aware of that. So it could be that subconsciously there's some nutrients that you're being deprived of that you need to find. So perhaps a variety of food would help more.
As long as the nutrient's not my magic.
Not people.
No, we'll stay away from that. But possibly an array of food from the town if we go back there today.
Yeah.
Right. Well, just let us know if things change.
Okay.
But don't worry about it being odd. I think we're all a bit odd at this point. Evelyn's gonna turn and glance over to Silas, who I'm assuming has been around for this conversation. We should, in his head, she's going to telepathically say, we should absolutely be worried, but I don't want to cause Hux to stress out. I'm concerned about her eating people. That's not normal. Him eating people. So, and it does seem to be a little focused on Rhett. So ideally, we shouldn't have them left alone together if Hux is really hungry. Just hopefully we can. It's not an issue, and maybe it is just some sort of nutrient deficiency that we just need to find. I'll look into seeing if we can't find a way to fix this moving forward. Right. That's the intent, at least. I'm hopeful that as Hux stabilizes more from the event, that some of these effects will diminish. Same with Rhett. And she glances over at the wings and kind of, maybe. Right. Perhaps I'm gonna go see where we are with Vidor about if we wanted to head back to the Legathope city and see if we can't find out more information.
I'm gonna try to get my armor on. It should adapt to this.
Right.
It's magical armor, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Then as you put it on, you'd find a convenient space left free for your wings.
Nice.
Perfect.
No, we have.
Partially, that is
This-
what you're looking to find Boltzmann for.
We have theories and suspicions, but no solid answers, and we're hoping Boltzmann will.
That is, so far at least, a great question.
Yeah.
Well, we know that the silvers seem to be made as an answer to the blight. More so, it seems like. Because like they've talked about being arcs for memories to survive the
Potentially, but I don't know. It does seem like the silvers have been around longer than the blight.
yes. or like several cycles of the blight or something. Maybe, yeah.
Hmm.
Mhm.
Or it's like they get stronger if you eat a silver. Maybe they're just tastier.
Huh.
Ellen's gonna make her way out of
Yeah.
the mansion, trying to not look like she's rubbing her temples, but like her hand wants to be rubbing her temples.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Good morning. I believe everyone is awake. So if our course of action is to head back to the Lycrathampi city, then we can begin to head that way. Is Vidar in the ship?
Vidar would be at the helm.
And she'll relay the same thing to him.
So, you feel ready to return?
I'm concerned, as I've been. Is she the only one that stepped out of the mansion?
I think we all followed you
Oh.
eventually, but
Okay. I think as ready as we're going to be.
Good.
Huxley still seems off, but I can't do much about it.
We can set it down wherever you choose. Whether it be somewhere you've been, in the town, or outside. For the time being, at least, we'll have no wizard's retaliation to fear.
Yeah, the sunken wolf. It's gonna be like depression and anxiety now.
You will have to direct us there. I am unfamiliar.
Yeah, we could do that. Or I could just fly because of my training. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'll direct you.
Right.
Evelyn is going to make eye contact with Vidar at some point in time. And telepathically say, Rhett's worsened. The brand on his
Worsened
back
how?
has turned into actual wings.
I see those.
But
Those
that's
are
going
not
to change.
a spell.
No, that's what was on his back yesterday.
Concerning.
And Hux is dreaming of eating people. So, while I would say things aren't improving, I'm concerned that they're going to continue to get worse if we don't move forward.
Perhaps we should prepare the chambers you have for a potential containment.
Might be ideal.
I believe you are storing things in one of them, There are 2 others that we can use.
Right, begin to inspect those in my spare time and make sure that there's no leaks anywhere before in advance, and double check them to make sure that they would work. Without any additional issues, possibly reinforce them somehow. Evelyn's gonna kind of get lost in her own thoughts of trying to think of the best way to contain her friends.
I mean, I could. Hmm. It's just like it takes a really powerful spell, and I might want to save it.
Right. All things considered, I did also end the true polymorph on myself, which I think we just need to go forward at this point as things are.
Yeah, this should be fine. Yeah, sure. I could do those for. Does everybody want one? Well, Evelyn.
Yeah, I would all take a death ward.
I already know that you come back, right?
If you do, well, I don't come back. I stabilize.
So I'm going to like death ward the 3 of us, and then I'm gonna like do hands signals around Evelyn, so he's not trying to like give away that if you were trying to keep it secret.
Evelyn would trust it. Of course, he'd cast it.
Oh,
she's not gonna question that.
No, no. It's obvious that it should be obvious to Evelyn that he's not actually casting a spell.
Okay.
Just like gives her a wink, and he like thumbs up. Okay, yes, no, I don't know.
Evelyn would not.
Okay.
Would work on Huxley.
Oh right.
Well.
Oh yeah. Can you cast any of them?
Go ahead and roll me a little spell ability check.
So why are you so excited? Why are you so excited? It's a 19.
Yeah, it succeeds.
Which one?
On Huxley. I'm assuming you. I mean,
did you
get out of the range?
You cast the first one's also directly near Huxley.
No. No, I went out. I'm out here. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, okay. Fine. Fine then.
I understand.
Okay. I get it. The dart makes its turn, returning towards the city of lichens. Already from a distance, as you near it, you can see it now in its full view. The crystal still very much present, though their glow has waned significantly. As you continue your flight, as the dart begins to descend, as Red, I am assuming you directed
sure.
towards the sunken wall. Evelyn, Corinne approaches you. The crystal has some interesting properties not on its own, but in a way to amplify a mind. I could try and make something with him.
That would certainly be interesting. By all means.
Would you like me to
Anything-
make something that would be able to shield you? Something that would amplify your own mental capabilities? Or something that would... How do I best describe this? Widen your mental capabilities.
Don't tempt me, Becker. The smart
It
answer
could be something
is...
that helps you project your mind, something that shields it, or something that can hold a portion of your mind for difficult tasks. As an extension of sorts.
Ugh. What would Evelyn say? I know what I want to say. What would Evelyn? If there's a way to possibly shield part of my mind, that might be for the best, all things considered, that we've come across.
Then I will work on that.
If you need anything else for that, let me know. Thank you.
A choice has been made.
I want to be able to concentrate on 2 spells at once, but Evelyn wants to protect her mind. Sad.
And before long, the dot nears a familiar sight of trees. Without a place to land, the dot nears the ground, hovering just above the height of the low buildings near the outskirts of the city.
I think we can all fly, so I'll see you down there.
Already, as you look down upon the city, you see a few figures. Despite there only being a few of them around, they're almost more numerous than you had seen people standing outside when you first arrived. Though, rather than hurrying in between buildings to other buildings, they seem to almost listlessly wander around. Even as the dart hovers so close to the rooftops of the town's buildings, only a few of the ones closest by turn their heads to even take note.
And they still have these crystal formations on them.
You see the crystals still on them, though they're previously sort of large ridges, for the most part, seem all broken off. Much like the crystals sprouting from the grounds, their color is dulled, no longer this sort of violent magenta, more a soft remaining, more rose hue.
And Rhett just jumped right off and dove down. Or did he
I mean,
hesitate?
I'm assuming he's
Yeah.
flying down with
Yep.
his wings. With this. As you near the ground, there's certainly this sort of circle where clouds of ash and dust are being pushed away.
Elwood will much more slowly start to head down, but aiming to land closer towards like the roof of the building as she waits to see what is
She's more cautious, but to say least. And trying to get a gauge of what the state is of the people that are behind or left that are wandering around listlessly. If they seem aggressive at all first.
As Red descends, as Red lands on the ground, the eyes of the nearest lichen are certainly set on Red. But there's no visible change in posture, at least not aggressively. There's this sort of slack form to their posture.
I'm just gonna like wait for the others to disembark if they want to. If Silas or Huxley want to come down here.
Yeah, Hux will follow Red.
Yes. Okay. Hello?
As Red steps forward and engages in conversation, there's this slight sort of leaning back, as if trying to avoid contact. The head sort of turns slightly away. In general, the form before you gives you the appearance of someone with a really bad hangover, and you are the sun, essentially.
Don't tell him that. That'll go straight to his head.
In a bad way.
Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna like walk. Is there any like reaction to me just kind of walking close to this individual?
She does try to sort of pull away from you in general, avoid any sort of contact, but it is slow, it is very sluggish.
Sorry. Just headed for the door. That's, I don't think a random individual in the street is going to.
Then we'll start to follow afterward.
It's not a problem walking by them. Yeah.
Is that
Somebody.
the entrance to the
Yeah.
tavern here?
Yeah. Head on in.
Does everyone enter?
Yes.
Hey, somebody here knew Boltzmann, so maybe there's something still. There's what? Oh, yeah. The smell.
And no utensils.
Oh.
You descend the small staircase leading down into the sunken wolf. The smell, Silas, to your surprise, isn't nearly as strong as it was last time. As you enter, there is none of the lively atmosphere that was here last time. Silence permeates these rooms. and you only see a few figures, mostly hunched, much like the people outside, slow, sluggish, and listless.
They're just like generally observing. There doesn't seem to be any of them that are particularly more lively.
No, they all seem the same.
I'll try like calling to someone again, but assuming I get the same reaction.
Calling out, you get that similar sort of slight turning away at your engagement. Though there is a slight mumbling that you hear.
Sorry, what did you make out?
No. Silas, can you hear what they're saying?
Go ahead and roll me a perception roll. It's really, really quiet. You can almost make out the words, but it's just a little bit too far away for you.
You could try and maybe approach.
So I guess. Very hesitantly, like looking for any reaction. And then I'll just whisper, could you repeat that?
There's this slide moving away from you, and the lichen holds both of its hands to its head, almost straining, and you hear the voice, the whisper, the mumbling also turning somewhat strained. But you can still not make out the words.
Are their eyes closed or looking around or watching Red or anything like that?
They're somewhat directionlessly staring, though as Red approaches and the lichen puts its hand up to its head, their eyes are closed. At least this icon's eyes is.
I don't know. Maybe we should just like check notes? Or I don't know how to help this thing.
Maybe look around a bit, see if there's anything that we can find.
I was gonna keep an eye on this one to see if its eyes open back up after Red moves away.
It depends on how long you wait. After Red moves away, slowly after, a handful of seconds, it would lower its hands again and its eyes would open again, staring into nothing.
Ebwin will try and shift so that she can look into its eyes.
Okay.
So moving her position to be able to best look into its eyes. and then we'll try and telepathically talk to it.
Okay. Immediately as you make telepathic connection, you hear a voice sort of going in circles. One second. Going away, hiding, fleeing, here. And then there's a pause, almost like they notice this sudden connection. You don't understand how it feels to have your own thoughts of horror, terror, mixed with your own. They were always ours, but preemptively realized, coming apart at the seams. Memories that we will have already here. We begged her to make it stop, and she did.
And are they back?
She begged. We begged. For her, it would never stop. For us, it will never stop.
What did you see?
What will happen to us? Each and every one of us. Fear, hate, loathing, panic, but no resolve, no peace, no end. It'll never end.
Certainly all things end on some level. Unless you're saying there's no death.
The end repeats, ending over and over and over. Ending because it was never meant to be. Not like this. This is wrong.
That you saw it.
She said she'd make it stop. Make it stop.
With detect magic up, there's no magic ongoing, right?
No.
Okay.
Looking outwardly, you see the lichen act more agitated. There are moments when your eye contact breaks as he starts sort of moving around, almost blindly looking around, as if he was looking for something but wasn't actually able to see.
Do you remember how it happened? Before
Oh,
everything
this-
went crazy?
This noise, these voices. Is it now? Or is it a memory? They're all the same. They're all mine.
You hear a voice from someone named Boltzmann.
Shut up, shut up, shut up.
I'll bring peace if you can tell me about anyone named Boltzmann.
Make it stop. Make it stop. Shut up. You can go ahead and roll me an insight check.
Not bad, 16.
From your initial questioning, sort of more calmly, there seems to be a rapid decline the more you prod. They seem to be growing a lot more agitated. In a way that you feel a sense of aggression rising rapidly. Potentially, you'd have to let the situation calm down again before prodding
Edwin
further.
will
Unless you are
shift
seeking
her
concentration.
eye contact away to
Confrontation.
not meet his eyes anymore and end the telepathic communication and see if, but watching his mannerisms still.
Yeah, you see him sort of every now and then jerk his shoulder, his limbs, his arms, almost like an erratic movement without a purpose. And after a few moments, it slows down.
Everyone will kind of glance over to the others. I can speak with them a bit telepathically, but it's disjointed and a bit caught in a loop. Eventually,
Seems
it
a bit.
seems to agitate them.
Yeah. I wonder. Touch. If I touch this guy, take away his pain. Does that seem to do anything? Like reaching in on my hand and
see the sort of corners of their mouth go a little more slack. Their stare seems to grow even further distance, almost like their eyes are glazing over more than they already are. They seem to sort of get more sluggish than they already were.
it's okay. It doesn't have to be that way. I saw it too. I tried to calm him down. Try talking again.
I could try. Evelyn will shift until she can meet his eyes again.
She said she'd make it stop. She made it stop. Why didn't she keep it stop?
Absolutely.
Well, everyone is distracted.
Go eat all the food. Eat it all.
I will be eating all the food.
Yeah, you start munching away. This stuff is, still fairly well preserved, maybe a little bit stale. There are a few pieces food here and there that are definitely off color, not smelling too good. Do you eat those anyway?
No, probably not. Like,
Yeah.
if it.
Yeah, I mean,
it's
you eat a lot, but you aren't a bottomless pit. After, gorging yourself on whatever's available in the pantry, you do feel a sense of satiety.
I will collect what I'm not eating to eat later.
Smart.
Well, Evelyn talks. I'm gonna go toward what I think is the office. Or is this a storage room? I don't know. Storage room?
I mean, do you go in there?
Yeah. I'm just
Yeah,
like looking for
you're right.
ledgers.
You look in there. There is indeed a storage room.
I'm looking for like ledgers. Like I see a little something maybe over here. I don't know.
Okay.
But I'll let Evelyn continue our conversation as I start searching.
Go ahead and roll me an investigation roll.
Investigation. 16.
Question.
Mhm.
Can you read Infernal?
Nope.
But you
flip
can-
Well,
open
I-
the legend.
Cast a spell.
I can easily cast
Initially,
comprehend
it's
languages.
unreadable. Do you
I think
cast
that-
comprehend languages?
Yeah, I'll do it. Using my mask.
1 second. Let me just. Okay.
Ah.
You cast comprehend languages and start studying the ledger. In the meantime, do you ask any more questions, everyone?
She got interrupted. That's why she couldn't keep it stopped.
She said we wouldn't have to. When we saw in the crystal, she took it away. We dream.
We think we can bring it back, but we have to find someone named Boltzmann.
She said he'd never stop. She said we'd make him stop. He'd never not see. Said he'd break it, just like now. Maybe he already did by coming here.
You mean Boltzmann?
She said she'd make it stop and he'd break it. He broke it.
Do you know where he went to break?
We put him in the pen. The pen. So he wouldn't break it. So he couldn't.
Where's the pit?
The pen. The prison. For all fallen. Yeah, he can't break it. But he didn't break it. He had already broken it. We couldn't make him stop.
Maybe if we go there, or if I go there, and bring it back. How do I get to the pit? To the prison?
She said she'd make it stop. Outside of the town. Away from the crystals. So he wouldn't break in.
And I'll see if we can find him and fix it.
Always broken. She'd make it stop.
Evelyn's going to look away from him. No. Bends
Just
over
as
to-
he
Mhm,
starts sort of twitching and acting more agitated again, you look away.
Silas, I think they might have put Boltzmann in a they call the pit outside of town. Right. You could try and ask others about the location of the pit, but I don't know if we'll get much more from him. I just know that it's outside of town, away from the crystal. No, I believe it was the Silver, the wizard that was here before. They said they tried to throw him in the pit so that he wouldn't break it. But they believe he did break it. They seem to think that he broke it because that's what she said would happen. They're a very fractured mind currently. That's true. True. We can at least start to look for this prison, this pit, where they keep their fallen. Concerning, yes. Could be. That's a situation that it might have exactly what Boltzmann wants. Which is possibly why he was able to be put in there, if I think that maybe he wouldn't have normally been able to be so. So that might be our best shot. Guess we gather up Hux and Rhett. Glancing around for them.
Rhett. In the journal, you find really mundane information. The most interesting part about it is that it is written in Infernal. You see a tab of this list of people attached with them an amount of money, likely what they owe, transactions, supplies, stock, lists and lists. Nothing that amounts to a journal or anything of the sort.
Yeah.
Though you do take note that the entries in this book only date back to... Actually, never mind. You wouldn't know because you don't know the time schedule. You don't know their...
Well, you can
I
make a note
forgot,
of what their date does say.
We had talked about this.
That's fine. Once it seems mundane, I'm gonna go around. I'm gonna like collect this book if that's a thing. Just because that's the only other one I see, then go back out. Nothing so far.
Right. We might have a lead on Boltzmann. It seems like she told them to put him in the pit, a prison for the fallen that's outside of the city, away from Bristol.
Okay.
So he can at
Well, I
least
suppose we should go there.
head that way. I'm not sure. I don't have a location outside of that.
Uh-huh.
But not
Just gonna take this
Seems
map.
interesting.
Take this
Okay.
journal.
Mm-hmm.
Go take this
Any-
journal and map.
Anything else that you
Anything
want?
else? Maybe like blossom blueberry bushes.
You see some fish?
Yeah. No, I'm taking the maps and journals, and if some gold happens accidentally, guess what?
Yeah, you swipe.
I go. I know that there
any
were
intel you can
Exactly.
off the tables.
swipe maps. I've been in here before. I know there were a couple interesting things to me, and I'm just grabbing
Mhm.
litter maps, etc., that might be useful in the future.
Evelyn will hunt down Hux.
You
Hux,
do
I think we
find
have a...
also a couple of purses just sort of left by.
Nice.
Big
Oh
old-
no!
owners.
Oh no, it just fell into your hand.
Possibly, if we can. These seem... We'll have to maybe check on to see if they've dulled like the crystals on creatures have or not. We can... Right. We can look around. At least make our way back out and see if there's anything nearby, or we can make our way back to the ship and then fly out from there. Right,
Okay.
and let's head out.
You leave the tavern.
Ooh, this is Fountain of Life. No.
Good.
They turned into giants!
Oh no!
Elmo and
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Where's Elmo?
So,
I guess we'll first make our way out to some of the crystals. Do they
Mhm.
seem like they've dimmed in their coloring, or...
by a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Towards their outer edges, they almost seem entirely without light. Translucent, almost dark.
Mhm.
And more importantly, they seem brittle.
It'll be difficult to try and collect some. We could try. Probably any that are more towards the central, if we can find a piece of that. Do you feel like trying to break any off?
How do you try and break off the crystal? Mm-hmm. As your weapon makes contact, it is like chipping at ice. It is incredibly soft, gives way easily. As you chip, the places you chip away at quickly lose their light. And much like the crystals in the observatory, they grow brittle quickly. At the point where you've almost cut off a piece of crystal, you can easily sort of just break it off with your hand, it has become brittle enough.
I'm not sure it will be able to do anything, but we can certainly take the piece and see if there's something we can make of it.
The piece in your hand seems to also lose its luster rather quickly,
Mhm.
darkening at its edges almost immediately as you remove it from the structure. They are extremely different. The crystal that you pull out of your bag is still, fully intact. It is extremely hard. It is by all matter still crystal, where the sort of crystal ball in your other hand seems like if you were to try to close your hand, you might actually be able to crush it into dust. The color is not the same. It's the only similarity they share is that they are crystalline.
Right, we'll make our way back to the ship then and see if we can't find this pit.
Okay.
And when we'll fly back up to the ship.
You make your way back to the ship.
Get on the ship. Can we make like a quick check of? No, that's right. Can we make a quick check of any of the maps to see if they're like local-ish?
Go ahead and roll me an intelligence check.
I'm showing them to everyone. If someone more intelligent.
Everyone who wants to can roll me an intelligence check.
Evelyn will glance over the map.
Maybe Evan will like pick up something else. Yeah, it's a straight 17. Oh,
Wow. That's a dirty 20 for me.
Okay. It's difficult. You're not very familiar with the local terrain. Though a lot of the maps share one similarity. There's this mark that generally in map iconography you would associate with a city. It's not too far from common sense that would mark the Lycan city itself. Though where exactly these maps lead, you're not entirely sure. They all seem somewhat different, some seemingly marking caves, others marking high up in the mountain somewhere. On one of the maps you'd likely see notes as well, marking territories of creatures.
Any marking of a place called the pit?
No.
Boo.
yeah, that's a good thought.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Although that creature looks interesting, some kind of wormy thing.
It is in fact a large worm.
Yeah, we got told about it by the other Lycans.
Evelyn will make her way back to.
There's what looks like some sort of pool marked on one of them with a frog-like creature.
Don't like frogs. Evelyn will make her way into the ship to talk to Vidar.
Mm-hmm.
It sounds like they potentially put Boltzmann in some sort of prison called the Pit. But all I really know about it is that it's outside of the city, away from the crystals.
I want to put him in a prison if I had the chance. Outside the city,
He said it's where their fallen are.
there is a hole outside of the crystals. A hole you could certainly interpret as a pit. It is, in fact, where in my previous augury I had seen the tower.
Perhaps we start there.
Is everyone aboard?
Yeah.
Immediately, the dart starts its ascent, flying only slightly higher, starting to move quickly across the airspace, almost immediately above the rooftop, kicking up clouds of dust and ash before descending the side of the mountain towards what does appear to be a large circular hole in the ground.
It's a pit. Thank goodness I was looking around. I was also gonna be really mad if I looked at this little mini map and there was really obviously a little pit. Dang it! You should have known that.
The dart descends close to one of the outlying structures before slowing down, reaching past this sort of radius of crystal growths just short of a large, clearly constructed circular hole in the ground. Despite all the sort of piles of dust and ash piling alongside it, you still see the sort of construction of it, the brickwork, almost like an old burial hill, slightly raised above the ground, but leading far, far deeper.
Doesn't look ominous at all.
I mean, it looks pretty ominous.
Nope.
If the environment wasn't ominous enough with all its ash and monotone gray, the dark pit descending into the ground would certainly do the trick.
It'll be bye. Let's
Could you
go.
imagine everyone you go search for a dragon?
Oh man.
I think we have to go down there, so
I think so. I want to take Vin this time, but I feel like it'll just be narrow hallways again.
we could. Oh, good idea. I mean, Lynn could always stand in the middle. I'm just not sure if he could get in or out easily.
Yeah, not worth it. One of these days, I'll take me again.
I actually, Vint, grab the cannon and just stand at the top of this thing. No, like actually for real. Yes.
Okay, you take Wind and the cannon. As you approach, can you guys roll me a perception roll?
Wow, that's really good for me. Dirty 20.
What?
This is
I
why I
have 18.
always ask Silas to look around.
As you approach, probably as you sort of reach here, you can already hear the sort of deep and guttural growl. This
Uh-oh.
braying sort of clicking and snorting.
It's a pig.
Silas, with your perception, you notice something else. Right at the edge of your vision, behind one of the bushes, there's just the slightest bit of movement. You see in the darkness of that bush the reflection of eyes. Do you meet those eyes? Do you look straight at them?
You are quick of mind. What lies beyond here is only a gruesome death for you, traveler. Dream shatterer. Has this threshold a prison of my kind, guarded by worse? Worse for them. When this happens to vampires, they condemn their kin, lock them away, freeze them in time, erase them. Our tradition is not so honorless. We do not deny them the peace of death, the long glory of the beastlands. One keeps the keep always. When another comes, they fight, one remains. This one has remained 100 years. You will not have an easy death.
Is
As
Were you-
the lichen moves further into the light, slowly, you can see that it seems completely unbeset by the crystals that play its kind in the city. Though you notice the obvious deformities that it has. Horns sprouting out of its back and shoulder, twisting and winding.
I keep. I observe. It is not my time yet. When it comes, I will descend to keep the keep or die trying.
Have you seen a human get thrown in here?
I was here when they brought a human. He did not struggle, barely move at all. A strange man.
So there's one in
Our
there.
friend.
There's one in there.
This
It-
prison is not for your kind.
No.
I did
Listen,
not interfere. The others, they were dreaming.
you said that there's one in there that's very, very old. Is that right?
You see him almost sort of hold his hand to his ear and listening towards the pit, and you hear the sort of shuffling, the grunting and snorting.
There is one always. Worst of the worst until worse comes along. One keeps the keep.
It's probably what Boltzmann was interested in, to be honest.
Evelyn fly up onto Vin's shoulder and try and look in the pit.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead and roll me a perception roll.
Man, I'm never gonna beat my last perception roll. 8.
8?
Yeah, I have a perception. Not
There
that's why she
is
always asks Silas.
Something in the dark. You see these massive pillars sort of holding up this hole, which as it sort of descends into the ground widens. There's a significant amount of space that is in the dark. And in that darkness you see something large move. But it does not come into the light for you to see.
Mhm. Well, since you didn't.
Perhaps. It has only been a few days. One couldn't survive. He was strange. You are in these lands. And
Is it-
these lands grow stranger every day.
Is it just the initial pit down there, or more chambers?
There are further chambers. Old chambers. There was a time this was a prison when our kind thought they could still save those afflicted. Now it is execution ground only. Where they brought your friend is below. The old chambers, the cells, the prison.
And if we try and go down, you won't interfere?
It is not my time yet to try and keep the keep. It is its keeper who will try.
Right.
But he should be the only one, at least.
Then should we descend?
I don't want to, but yes.
No. I am no master of lore. I am simply an old beacon. It bears old significance, I am sure. But what? I do not know.
That would be so cool.
If there ever was a dragon, it would have been devoured.
Yeah.
The Keeper does not keep challenges unmet.
And the keeper never tries to escape.
It has no mind to. Perhaps once, but not after 100 years.
I think we only have one way to go. Evelyn will kind of fly to lift herself off of Vinch and move a little bit over the pit.
So you descend.
She's waiting to see if anybody else is moving with her, but she's getting ready to descend.
All right, so
Then yes, she will
as
descend.
you take the proverbial leap of faith, this is where we'll end today's session.
Okay.
Thank you, Beggar.
And
Oh,
Mhm.
fun.